Introductions by members. Member for Burnley-Lougheed.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I am glad to have this opportunity to introduce Deirdre Sims and Jacqueline Martin from the BC Epilepsy Society, who are joining us from the gallery today. They're joined by Cassidy Megan, a 25-year-old young, brilliant woman from Nova Scotia who started the Purple Day in 2018 to raise more awareness about epilepsy and fight against the stigma through her lived experiences. Now, Purple Day is also known as the Epilepsy Awareness Day on March 26th and has been celebrated around the world. While we won't be in the legislature on the 26th, the legislature fountain will be lit up in purple on the 26th. And I encourage all of my colleagues to wear purple to raise awareness and let people with epilepsy know that they are not alone in their journey. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. It's an honour today to introduce representatives of the Alzheimer's Society of BC. I know many members, staff, volunteers who met together with many members of the House on all sides during the luncheon today. And I'm going to have the opportunity to meet with the group later on. And it's always wonderful. It's always one of the most significant events that we hold in the legislature every year. And I just wanted everyone to make welcome Jennifer Lyle, the Chief Executive Officer, Paula Brill, the Chief Community Services and Engagement Officer, Jennifer Heisted, the Chair of the Board of Directors, and the incomparable Jim Mann from the Board of Directors. And as a lived experience partner, please may everyone make our guests welcome.
Opposition. Okay. Prince George Wales-Mount.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to join with Minister of Health in welcoming members of the Alzheimer's Society of BC here. We are so grateful for the work that they do to support families who are experiencing the very difficult diagnosis of dementia. It affects not only the person diagnosed, but families as well. And a special welcome to Jim and his wife Alice Mann, who have been tireless advocates across this province. I remember my first conversations with Jim, I will never forget them, about the work that needed to be done. I was glad to see him looking so well and hear him speak today. So I'm very grateful for all of those involved with the Alzheimer's Society. And I would also like to welcome Cassidy Megan, the founder of Purple Day, here today. It is so important that we think about epilepsy and the impacts that it has. So thank you very much to Cassidy and the Executive Director, Deirdre Sims, for the very hard work and the advocacy that they do on behalf of those in the epilepsy community.
Government House Leader.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I want to welcome representatives from the BC Real Estate Association who are here in Victoria for the next 2 days having their conference. Representatives from across the province gathering to talk about policy, talk about issues on behalf of their members from across the province. I know they'll be hearing from the leaders of all the parties. I want to thank them for the work that they do and welcome them here today to the legislature.
Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to join the Government House Leader on behalf of the official opposition and also welcome all of the Association of Realtors that are here from all across the province. We are fortunate to have those from the interior region here as well, and so I in particular want to welcome Chelsea Mann, who's the President of the Association of Interior Realtors. She hails from Kamloops. Also welcome Katie Sharon, Caden Rainville, Kimberly Heisman, and Seth Scott, who are joining Chelsea here today as well. Please make them all feel welcome.
Minister of Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like the House to welcome one of my constituents and a team member on my Ministry of Sport. But most importantly, he is one of the province's best curlers. Corey Chester is heading to the Canadian Mixed Doubles Championship this week in Fredericton, New Brunswick, with his teammate Taylor Reese-Hansen. As BC champions, they're going to be representing our province, but also the Victoria Curling Club. It's been an incredible year, Mr. Speaker, for Victoria Curling. Sterling Middleton and Alex Horvath just got back from the Brier, and Team Bowls is heading to the Canadian Juniors later this month. Plus, both Camosun and UVic are playing in women's national finals. May the House please give a big good luck to Corey as he heads to Fredericton and to all the other elite curlers at the Victoria Curling Club.
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's always such an incredible treat when I can welcome somebody from my community into the House today. Not only somebody from the community, but a friend and, in fact, a neighbour, somebody who lives just across the street from me. Suzanne Skidmore, who is the president of the BC Federation of Labour, is in the House with us today. Suzanne does so much to stand up for members in our community as well as workers across the province. She is joined by Herminder Kelly from the Secretary-Treasurer of the BC Federation of Labour from the ILWU, and Scott Lunny, who is the new-ish Director of District 3 of the United Steelworkers. These are individuals who work tirelessly in their communities across the province to stand up for working people. Would the House please join me in making them welcome?
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us in the gallery today are 45 students and their teacher, Mrs. Suzanne Ewer from TLA, Traditional Learning Academy Online. As a provincial independent online school, TLA offers the flexibility and freedom for parents and students to shape their education while earning a BC Certificate of Graduation. They offer K-12, mix of home-based, online, blended, and real-time learning options. All these students are turning 18. They're excited to vote. Many of them love debating topics. So this morning, my colleague from Kelowna Mission and I were delighted to speak with them about politics and what it's like to be an MLA. Will the House please join us in making them feel welcome?
Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the House please join me in congratulating the students at Dover Bay in Nanaimo on winning this weekend's basketball championship.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce one of my constituents that's here today, Dr. Isabel Cote. She's up there with her daughter, Genevieve, and I will be doing a statement about her shortly. So would the House please make them feel welcome?
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Attorney General.
Honourable Speaker, I have the honour to present a message from Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor transmits here with Bill number 9, entitled Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2024, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Attorney General.
I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Honourable Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce Bill 9, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2024. This bill amends the following statutes: the Lobby Transparency Act, Motor Vehicle Act, Offence Act, Protected Areas of British Columbia Act, Financial Institutions Act, Mutual Fire Insurance Companies Act, Cannabis Control and Licensing Act, Environmental Management Act, Land Owner Transparency Act, Seychelles Government District Enabling Act, Seychelles Indian Government District Homeowner Grant Act, Speculation and Vacancy Tax Act, Labour Relations Code, and Chartered Professionals Accountants Act. This bill also makes consequential amendments to other statutes. Mr. Honourable Speaker, I move that the bill be placed in the orders of the day. No, not yet. Sorry.
Question is first reading of the bill. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Now, Attorney General.
Now's my time. Honourable Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was the darkest night you can imagine, and the waves were crashing over the top of the boat from all directions. She was attached by a rope, and she gripped the oars tightly as she rowed into the darkness. These waves were as high as 25 feet, and they lasted for 10 days, pummeling the boat and even destroying their water filtration system, which took 4 days to repair, which meant she had to pump water for 4 hours a day while also rowing every day. How did she get herself into this situation? 2 years prior, Dr. Isabelle Cote, a marine biologist, had no rowing experience. But when her colleagues asked her if she would like to join a rowing team to race across the Atlantic Ocean, she said, sure. In her younger years, she had competed as a long-distance swimmer, but now she's in her 60s and she was looking for a new challenge. On the first day of the race, things were calm. They were in the middle of the pack of rowers. On day 2, the weather came, the waves came. By day 4, they were in 4th place. By day 11, they had made it into 1st place. They discovered that they're really good at rowing in rough weather. The weather calmed down, they lost the lead, then it got rough again, and they regained the lead, and they won the women's class of the 4,800-kilometer world's toughest row. Not only that, but they raised $260,000 US for marine conservation and set up a scholarship for the Banfield Marine Science Center. Age is not a factor for Dr. Cote, and she's shown that it shouldn't be for anyone. She's such an inspiration to me and to so many others, and she's here in the gallery today, so let's give her a big congratulatory cheer.
Member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On January 26th of this year, I had the honor of joining members of the Motion Picture Production Industry Association of BC for an industry tour in the Lower Mainland. Along with the MLAs from Vancouver-Langara, Richmond Centre and Fraser-Nicola, we began our day at the award-winning Company 3 and Frame Store for an inside look at the dynamic world of post-production and visual effects. We were treated to popcorn while we sat in their theatre and viewed reels of the most amazing and action-packed previews of their leading work. Then we were off to Sharp Studio Sound in North Vancouver, where we explored the sophisticated world of audio and sound production for film and television in one of BC's original industry-building companies. We got to see how sound is laid down so it gives you the full experience in theatre or whatever mode you're viewing it in. And it was particularly fun, Mr. Speaker, to see the room where audio technicians manipulate everyday items to create sounds and productions, walking on snow, backfiring cars, background crowds, which make a production whole and rich. From there, we were off to the North Shore Studios, where we had a behind-the-scenes look at the many exciting facilities and phases of studio production and television. It's really cool to walk around a set that you've seen on TV and feel you're part of the show. But, Mr. Speaker, I can't tell you about the specifics of the many movies, TV commercials, and television shows we saw in production that way. You'll have to wait until they come out in theaters and TV. I'd like to thank Gemma Martini, the CEO of Martini Film Productions, Amy Lang, the president North Shore Mammoth Studios, Lindsay Elizabeth Donovan, Vice President Sales for Company 3, Adam Sharp, CEO, Sharpstown Studios, and Leslie Wooten, the Executive Director of MPPIA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a sector that we have to make sure stays competitive.
Member for Surrey Cloverdale.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Last week I had the privilege of attending a sod turning for a new affordable seniors housing project in my riding of Surrey Cloverdale. Zapone Manor will replace a 50-unit residence that's several decades old and nearing the end of its service date. Bruno Zapone, whose building it will be named after, passed away in 2021. Bruno was a longtime community volunteer, past Cloverdale Chamber of Commerce president, heritage supporter, and champion of all things Cloverdale. I knew Bruno when he was a volunteer firefighter at Fire Hall 8 downtown Cloverdale. Mr. Speaker, this new build will add another 39 units for a total of 89. The 5-story building will have mostly studio apartments with a smattering of one-bedroom units. What's important and exciting about this, Mr. Speaker, is the residents will remain in their homes as the building is being built, and when it's constructed, they will simply walk across the parking lot and enter the new homes. The ultimate goal would then to be knock over the old building that they're coming from and to build another set of units of about 100. The construction of these new homes will ensure that a safe supply of good quality, affordable homes for the seniors that are in Cloverdale so they can continue to afford to live here in our community. A project like this needs partners, and it's important to recognize those partners. The Senior Citizens Housing of South Surrey Society provided the land. Columbus Homes is contributing $4.5 million to the project. The province is providing $6.2 million in a grant to the project. Mr. Speaker, just like Mike Garisto, I'm looking forward to the building permit to be issued so a place like this can be in our needed community as soon as possible. Thank you.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the struggle is real, and I rise today to tackle a subject that quite literally keeps us up all night and makes us wonder why we are so tired in the morning. Now, I know that this House has passed legislation years ago in terms of daylight savings time. But I can tell you this, Mr. Speaker, in talking to my wife this morning, I woke up fine. My 9-year-old did not. And I know that that is a struggle that many parents, many families are facing as we skip forward. But in all seriousness, this is a serious subject, and I know it's one that we've canvassed in this House extensively. We've all been part of that yearly ritual. The clocks go spring forward, and with them, so do our spirits. Our spirits that quickly pummel it when we realize our children's sleep schedules are about to adjust, as convincing my daughter that broccoli is a treat. Parents across British Columbia face the daunting challenge of recalibrating their families to a time change that frankly belongs in history books, not on our watches. Promises were made, surveys were conducted, and of the people's will was clear, yet here we are, still caught in a cycle of predictable as a changing of the seasons. Now, my fellow brothers that border the Alberta border they're in a much better circumstance than we are now. And it begs the question, are we truly maximizing daylight, or are we simply losing time in a different sense? Time that could be spent on meaningful change. Let's face it, despite commitments, those who once promised that this change to appear to be stuck in perpetual fallback mode on the issue. No pun intended, but we all need to wake up to this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I and my party stand firmly with the Jewish community leaders who are deeply troubled and increasingly alarmed by the recent incidents of anti-Semitic chants at protests in Victoria and Vancouver. These events underscore the urgent need to address the concerning rise of anti-Semitism in British Columbia. We must have a zero-tolerance stance against anti-Semitism, particularly within the highest echelons of our governments and public service. Every individual, regardless of their background, deserves to feel safe and secure, free from the scourge of discrimination and hatred. Jewish people across the province are reporting a sense of unease and fear as they witness increased anti-Semitism in public spaces, online platforms, and events. This alarming trend threatens the safety and well-being of Jewish people in British Columbia. We cannot afford to be complacent in the face of anti-Semitism as elected representatives. It is our duty to stand in solidarity against it. Courageous leadership is required to confront anti-Semitism head-on and to implement tangible measures that address its root causes. This includes robust education initiatives, effective law enforcement strategies, and proactive community engagement efforts. I implore all members of this legislature to set aside partisan differences and unite in our commitment to combat anti-Semitism. Let us send a clear message that anti-Semitism has no place in British Columbia and that we will not rest until every individual, regardless of their religion, their cultural background, can live peacefully in our province without fear of persecution or discrimination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. This March 17th, 2024 marks a special occasion as the Christ Evangelical Lutheran Church celebrates an impressive 75-year legacy of ministry, community service, and unyielding dedication in Kelowna. Originally founded in 1949 by German-speaking refugees seeking a new start from Eastern Europe, this church has since evolved into a pivotal landmark of hope, unity, and compassion within our city. Back in 1950, the congregation's pioneering spirit led them to establish their first church in the heart of downtown Kelowna, now home to the French Cultural Centre. Their journey continued with the purchase of land at 2091 Gordon Drive, where they not only built a new church in 1977, but also launched Gordon Manor in 1982, a groundbreaking initiative offering affordable housing to our senior citizens, all without government assistance. Beyond its walls, the Christ Evangelical Lutheran Church has been a cornerstone of support, actively engaging in mission projects, assisting the gospel mission, and generously providing space for various community groups. As we approach this 75th anniversary, a recently discovered time capsule has unveiled the rich tapestry of their history, with plans to enrich this legacy and seal it once more in a ceremony filled with music, reflection, and community spirit. Under the leadership of the Reverend Barbara Groot, with the charming presence of Tara, the church's friendly dog, the Christ Evangelical Lutheran Church stands as a beacon of warmth and welcome. The upcoming anniversary service featuring the Kelowna Community Chorus and a heartfelt program invites us to celebrate not just a history of remarkable achievements, but also a future of continued service and community engagement. Would the House please join me in congratulating them on this momentous occasion?
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the treatment of the former senior NDP cabinet minister by this Premier, his cabinet, and caucus has shown a stark and disturbing double standard. This is not just a failure of leadership. It has sent a chilling message that anti-Semitism is tolerated in BC's NDP government. The hypocrisy is glaring, with many NDP members across the way protected by this Premier despite a litany of anti-Semitic comments that have been made over the years. Which is why when it comes to anti-Semitism, the Premier cannot investigate himself. This issue demands genuine accountability and equally a thorough independent investigation, as was done when Indigenous patients complained about racism in the healthcare system. So my question to the Premier, instead of pretending that the Premier can investigate himself, will the Premier now finally call for a full independent review into the anti-Semitism within his cabinet and caucus, yes or no?
Members, before I recognize the House Leader on the government side, generally speaking, as all members know, the question period is about ministerial responsibilities. So if it's asking a question how to keep the government responsible and ask a question, that's what we should be focusing on. But I'll allow the question and the government House Leader can answer if you wish to. Government House Leader.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member. I think all members in this House can agree that hate and anti-Semitism has no place in British Columbia. We know since October 7th that many people in British Columbia, from the Jewish community in particular, are feeling a real sense of fear. And we have heard from many members within our community that they're seeing a rise in anti-Semitism within the community. That's why we have to work together, all of us in this House, to address this head on. We've been taking important steps such as ensuring that there's new policies in place so that we can prosecute hate crimes. We've been increasing Holocaust education in our schools, Honourable Speaker. We know there's a lot more work to do. We're committed to continue to work with everyone in this House to address the challenges that British Columbians are facing.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This goes to the very core of the Premier's responsibility as leader of this government. Even the Premier, Mr. Speaker, was forced to acknowledge that systemic anti-Semitism is rampant in everywhere from our schools to the provincial public service. But when it's within his own NDP, suddenly he ignores and dismisses the evidence of this anti-Semitism. That is not principled leadership, that is cowardice. The central premise of the concerns raised by the former finance minister is that there is systemic anti-Semitism in this NDP caucus and government. Yet we see gaslighting from a cowardly Premier who insists on asking British Columbians to trust him to investigate himself and his NDP colleagues. So my question to the Premier is, when will the Premier acknowledge he cannot investigate himself and commit to a comprehensive, independent review of his own NDP cabinet, caucus and party?
Member will withdraw the remark he attributed to the Premier. Calling cowardly is not acceptable.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of this question period, I will withdraw cowardly, but I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, that's how I view the behaviour of the Premier.
Members, the chair will decide. Thank you, member. House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This last Friday, the Premier met with leaders within the Jewish community, some leaders of the Jewish community, to talk about how we can work together to ensure that we're addressing any anti-Semitism or racism within our communities. My understanding is that conversation was a difficult conversation, given that many people in the Jewish community, since October 7th in particular, have been seeing a rise of anti-Semitism within their communities. In that meeting, the Premier committed to the leaders that we would continue to do the work to address anti-Semitism and address racism in our communities. Many of the leaders, I think, would acknowledge that the steps we've taken to make it easier for prosecutions for hate crimes, education when it comes to Holocaust, all of these things are important measures, but we know there's always more opportunities to do more. We're committed to doing that on this side of the House. I know all members would like to see the same thing happen across the province.
Opposition House Leader, second supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, the problem is the Premier's claim of tackling anti-Semitism in the provincial public service rings awfully hollow, especially when we look at his own actions. Let's look at the Premier's choice for Assistant Deputy Minister for Anti-Racism, a person who is actually tasked with leading the anti-Semitism efforts. He handpicked a former top political aide known for her history of public anti-Semitic rhetoric, including blaming Jews for costing her her dream job at the United Nations and expressing regularly anti-Semitic stereotypes about Jewish influence. In fact, just 4 days after the horrific, brutal attack by Hamas on October the 7th, this NDP-appointed Assistant Deputy Minister chose to amplify content online from the Al-Mazan Center, notorious for its vehement anti-Israeli rhetoric and links to the terrorist organization Hamas. So my question is this: will the Premier at least do the right thing and fire his hand-picked point person for anti-racism and call for an independent review into the anti-Semitism in his own cabinet, caucus and party?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make it really clear that hate and anti-Semitism have no place in this province, anywhere in this province. The Deputy Minister to the Premier sent a message out to the public service recently, very clearly, saying that if you hear something, if you see something, if something is happening that's anti-Semitic in the public service, to speak up. I know that the Public Service has protocols in place to deal with concerns of this nature that are raised, and I'm confident that they'll be followed in every case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General has just made the statement that hate and anti-Semitism has no place in British Columbia. I would suggest that that statement should also apply to the NDP's caucus, the NDP's party. That's the piece that's missing here. And the fact is, the Premier's choice for ADM for anti-racism, Heike Chima, openly blamed Jews for denying her dream job for being denied her dream job at the United Nations. She has also promoted dangerous anti-Semitic tropes, alleging that the Jewish lobby is the most influential force globally. This is the Premier's former hand-picked political advisor, whom the Premier chose to lead anti-racism work in the provincial public service. Now, the Premier can't expect any trust or cooperation from the Jewish community with this political appointee leading anti-racism efforts within the NDP government. Mr. Speaker, the only way forward is for the Premier to fire this political appointee and call a full independent review. Will he do so today?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Public Service has protocols in place for if there is anti-Semitism and hate going on in the ministry, that they will put those protocols in place to respond appropriately. And I know for sure that the Deputy Minister of the head of the Public Service sent a clear message to all of the Public Service recently to make sure that they know if they hear or see something that they report it. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we take direct actions to combat anti-Semitism in this province, and that's why we've updated the provincial policing standard to support investigations when it comes to hate crimes. The new BC Prosecution Service hate crime policy includes the willful promotion of anti-Semitism. We've made security funding available for synagogues and other organizations to make sure, I want everyone to know the applications are open for them to apply, to make sure they are safe when they are practicing their religion in their places of worship. We've made it mandatory for Holocaust education in all schools, the first province in Canada to do so. We are launching a racist incident helpline, so those people that don't feel comfortable going to the police can go somewhere to report what's happening so we can get to the bottom of it. Mr. Speaker, we know we're at the beginning of this and we have a lot of work to do and we'll keep at it.
Opposition House Leader, supplemental.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're shining a bright light on the ADM for anti-racism in the government. We're reporting that to the Attorney General. I just walked the Attorney General through several examples, specific tangible examples that reflect anti-Semitic beliefs by the ADM for anti-racism, presumably the individual that is charged on behalf of the Premier of British Columbia with the responsibility for advising Cabinet and government about anti-racism initiatives in this province. Mr. Speaker, there's been a 62% increase in anti-Semitic hate incidents across British Columbia. That is shocking in and of itself. But it's also shocking that the Premier, who's in political damage control mode, is desperately sweeping anti-Semitism in his NDP caucus, party, and the government under the rug. Now, the bright light on this was shone on the NDP's anti-Semitism was shone on this by the former finance minister who had previously been the lead minister on this file. And to quote the former finance minister's letter to the NDP caucus, and I quote, "It would appear to me that you haven't been paying attention or you don't know what anti-Semitism is or what Jew hatred looks like," end quote. So my question to the Premier is this. Does the Premier think that denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor, counts as anti-Semitism?
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and of course it does. We know in this House, I think everyone can agree, that since the incident on October 7th, there's a lot of fear in our communities. We know We've been hearing that from our community members all the time, that there's a real fear for their communities. There's folks in the Jewish community who feel there's a sense of anti-Semitism, the rise is happening in their communities. We are committed to taking action on that, Honourable Speaker. I think members will also know that there's a real sense of desire for peace across the world. And I think that that voice is important in this as well, Honourable Speaker. Now, we can have this exchange for the entire 30 minutes, but what I want to make sure the members across the way know is that we're committed to this. Many of my colleagues, we got into this work because we wanted to address inequalities in our society, because we wanted to address racism in our communities. We will continue, just like everyone else, I hope, be committed to continue to learn, continue to grow, and continue to support our communities through any challenges that they may face.
House Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paid ads like, quote, BC LNG will reduce global emissions are ubiquitous on social media, buses, highway billboards across the province. But fracked gas is a fossil fuel, like coal and oil, and it's exacerbating, not solving the climate crisis, Mr. Speaker. It's killing 34,000 Canadians each year, according to the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. Just as we moved to ban harmful tobacco advertising in the past, it's time to ban misleading and deceptive fossil fuel ads today. The federal NDP understands this, Mr. Speaker. Last month, NDP MP Charlie Angus tabled legislation to prohibit fossil fuel advertising, stating we need to put human health ahead of the lies of the oil sector. Meanwhile, in BC, photos and quotes from the Premier and the Minister of Energy and Mines are adorned in these LNG ads. This government silence makes them complicit. My question is to the Premier, will this government ban misleading fossil fuel advertising in our province?
Minister of Environment.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the member's passion for taking action to reduce emissions and the question. But the fact remains that we have a robust climate plan. We're committed to implementing all of the various pathways in the plan, including dealing with emissions from the oil and gas sector and ensuring that we communicate to the public about what a low-carbon future looks like as we transition to clean energy. That's where our focus is.
House Leader, Third Party, Supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, when Richard Blanchard, our first governor, appeared on the shores of our province, he found British Columbia to be a company town, Mr. Speaker. And from the minister's response, it's very clear that we still are acting like that very same resource colony company town, Mr. Speaker. The fossil fuel lobby is driving a false advertising campaign in our province, and this Minister of the Environment seems to be okay with it. These false ads create confusion. They distort public opinion at critical points in efforts to combat the climate crisis. The government has a responsibility to protect the public from misinformation and disinformation, Mr. Speaker. We have a responsibility to ensure key facts are presented accurately. France, the UK, other jurisdictions, well, they've banned this greenwashing. So my question is to the Minister of Public Safety, the actual minister responsible for business practices and the Consumer Protection Act. Will he follow the lead of his federal colleague, Charlie Angus, and will he commit to amending the act to prohibit dangerous and irresponsible greenwashing advertising, Mr. Speaker?
Minister. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And to the member, I'll simply say again, the best way to present a case for a low-carbon, clean energy future is to present the case as government, to talk about what we're doing, and to put facts out. If the member believes that some people are putting out misinformation, the best thing the government can do is put out accurate information, talk about what we're doing, talk about all the benefits of a clean energy future, and ensure that British Columbians understand that.
Members. House Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, this NDP Premier has had a historic first year. He's the first Premier in modern history in Canada to have a Jewish MLA resign from his party because of anti-Semitism. Under his leadership, BC is facing a crisis as pedophiles, violent repeat offenders, and gangs thrive under his NDP soft on crime approach. His NDP safe supply drugs are being sold by gangs. The secret deal he cut with FIFA is becoming a scandal. And economists have called his broken, bloated budget as an abject failure. And he's had to reverse his plans to put an NDP drug use site in Richmond. But,
Mr. Speaker, today I want to have a throwback to the NDP Premier's original scandal, the NDP's botched Surrey policing crisis. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Premier, Surrey is now being asked to accept an additional payment of $110 million to make this NDP scandal go away. Does this NDP Premier think that it's fair that BC taxpayers are yet once again being asked to pay the bill to clean up his mess?
Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I'll just say this to the Honourable Member, a couple of things. First off, on so much as usual, you are off base, in fact, almost out to lunch. Our Premier is doing an amazing job, In fact, I see today, despite the, the questions and the rhetoric from the Honourable Member, our Premier is one of the most popular Premiers in the entire country, Honourable Speaker. And I can see you're obviously jealous with envy over that, Honourable Speaker. But I'll just say this, the transition continues to go ahead. The law of the province of British Columbia is that the City of Surrey will be policed by the Surrey Police Service, and my staff work with the City of Surrey and the federal RCMP and the Surrey RCMP to make sure that that will continue and that is going to happen.
Members, all members, be careful using certain words when we are asking questions and answering, please. Member, supplemental.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yet once again, I didn't hear an answer about the $110 million, but I have a different question. Have substantial consultations been done with Surrey's First Nations to get their input on the latest proposal this NDP government has put forward to try and make the NDP Surrey policing crisis go away?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. What I'm happy to tell the member is since the very beginning, the First Nations in Surrey have been part and parcel of the process. In fact, the chief of Semiahmoo, who was on the police board, when we put in the administrator, one of the issues that I made clear was that consultation had to continue on a regular basis, Honourable Speaker. So that is very much part and parcel of what's required in terms of the transition, which is well underway, continues, and is the law of the province of British Columbia.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Under this Premier, so-called safe supply drugs are fueling taxpayer-funded drug trafficking, more addiction, and a public safety crisis. In Prince George, RCMP found highly addictive taxpayer-funded drugs in the hands of criminals, intended to wreak havoc on our streets and inevitably fuel more addiction. Corporal Jennifer Cooper of the RCMP warns, quote, "We've noted an alarming trend. Prescription drugs from Safe Supply are being used as a form of currency by organized crime," end quote. Given the undeniable link between Safe Supply and organized crime, when will the Premier stop turning a blind eye and end the NDP's taxpayer-funded drug trafficking?
Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the member's question. And what I can tell the member is that the police are doing their job every day, fighting gangs and their involvement in organised crime, in particular as it relates to drug trafficking. I'm aware of the statement that the member made. I'm also aware of a story that was out in the media. And what I can tell you, Honourable Speaker, with discussions with the RCMP, that they, as they said this morning, that their police have no evidence to suggest that there is widespread diversion of safe supply drugs in the province of British Columbia. That's from the commanding officer of the RCMP member. You may shake your head, you may roll your eyes, but I will take that information rather than an opposition any day. So, Honourable Speaker.
Members, please.
Honourable Speaker, thank you. What I will also say is this, Honourable Speaker. We know that many of the drugs that were listed in that press release or that have been talked about are in fact not part of the Safe Supply program, Honourable Speaker. Not part of the Safe Supply program, which again is why I will take the advice and the comments from the head of the RCMP in our province that there is no evidence to suggest that there is widespread diversion of safe supply drugs in our province.
Surrey South supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, you know, Honourable Speaker, it's multiple police news releases now that they do have evidence that there is safe supply being found by the police. And in fact, in our Chief Public Health Officer's most recent report on February 1st, it refers to the diversion of safe supply as common. The reality is that following the Prince George revelation, Alberta's Premier called for an emergency meeting to halt the BC NDP's taxpayer-funded drug trafficking. This Premier responded by dismissing it on Friday, saying, quote, "It's not actually possible for that to be true," end quote. But it is true. Not only in Prince George, but in Campbell River, Honourable Speaker, where there was a shocking seizure of 3,500 highly addictive hydromorphone pills with police evidence linking it directly to the NDP's so-called safe supply. Constable Murray Tier's findings are damning, and I quote, "Evidence suggests these pills have been diverted from safe supply prescriptions," end quote. With the alarm raised by law enforcement across BC, will the Premier finally cut off the NDP's taxpayer-funded drug trafficking?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And again, I listened to the opposition, and the member goes multiple reports. The reality, it was 2 press releases. And again, what I can tell the member, according to the RCMP, the head of the RCMP in our province of British Columbia, contrary to media reports, not all the drugs seized in Prince George and Campbell River are diverted safe supply. So when the member stands up and makes this claim that it is...
Members.
And the police have also said there is no evidence to suggest that there is wide diversion of safe supply drugs in the province of British Columbia. The member will also know that many of the drugs outlined in the thing are not part of the safe supply program, Honourable Speaker. And so, Honourable Speaker, the police continue to do their work to arrest and interdict drug traffickers in the province, going after them, and to ensure that they have the tools that they need to continue that work. And so, Honourable Speaker, that's what's happening in BC and continues to happen. And I would say that when the member quotes the Premier of Alberta, I would think it behooves the Premier of Alberta to do a little more research rather than respond to a single press release and suddenly demand saying that there are, that all of a sudden everything is falling in Alberta. The reality is, as I've said a moment ago, the police have said and made it clear there is no evidence to suggest that there is widespread diversion of safe supply drugs in the province of British Columbia.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Well, I'll be very interested to see what the Solicitor General of British Columbia has to say to hardworking police officers who are making reports and are saying to this government, it is time to pay attention. It's not the words of the opposition. Let me give the Solicitor General an example. Now, there is further confirmation from the police. Corporal Scott Cundy, by the way, for the Solicitor General's information, he is a senior investigator with the Prince George RCMP, but according to the Solicitor General, apparently he's just making it up. Here's what he had to say. We're getting multi-kilo seizures of illicit cocaine, fentanyl, and methamphetamine. And safe supply has been present in every investigation that we have done, end quote. This, and to hear the Solicitor General of British Columbia undermine hardworking police officers like Corporal Cundy, shame on him. It is time this government stood up, accepted responsibility for the absolute evidence that there is diversion taking place. How long will the Solicitor General continue to ignore that?
Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, I can tell that member right now, nobody on this side works to undermine the police, Honourable Speaker, in everything that we do. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Speaker,
Members.
Honourable Speaker, that member on that side of the House just read out a list of drugs, cocaine and other drugs, Honourable Speaker, none of which are part of safe supply, Honourable Speaker. Not one.
Members will come to order. Members, please. Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We have made it clear that police are going to do the job that they are doing, which is to go after those who would prey on the most vulnerable, those drug traffickers who want to profit off those who suffer from a health addiction, Honourable Speaker, and they will continue to do that. Every day, Honourable Speaker, we listen to this opposition going about the number of people dying from the toxic drug crisis. This side of the House has listened to medical health experts and the experts in both police and the mental health and addictions community to put in place programs to assist and reduce those drug deaths, Honourable Speaker, and we will continue to do that. We will continue to do that, Honourable Speaker. And part and parcel of that is ensuring the police have the tools to do the job that they need, Honourable Speaker, and that's exactly what we're going to continue to do.
Member for Prince George Valemount, supplemental.
Well, thank you very much to the Solicitor General, and I'll take the words of Corporal Scott Cundy, who said, and I quote, "Safe supply has been present in every investigation we've done," end quote. Those are the words of a well-respected senior investigator in the RCMP, and the Solicitor General basically just said he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'll take his words any day over the Solicitor General. And the Solicitor General said that he wants to take the advice of healthcare professionals about the opioid crisis. Well, how about this one? The last report of the provincial health officer, and I think that the Solicitor General will be well familiar with her, page 27 of her last report said, here's her words, and I quote, "Diversion of safe supply hydromorphone is identified as a common occurrence," end quote. Well, there's a healthcare professional that the Solicitor General might want to listen to. There is no more room for denial. Highly addictive, taxpayer-funded drugs are being diverted. The police say so, the provincial health officer says so, medical health experts say so. The only person that doesn't say so is the Premier of British Columbia. Exactly. How about he stands up today and takes responsibility and does something to end the supply that is being diverted? Here.
Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'll start off by referencing a comment you just made, Honourable Speaker. How dare you twist my words to say that the member doesn't know what the police officer doesn't know what they're talking about. How dare you, Honourable Member? But you know what, Honourable Speaker? That is exactly the kind of approach.
Members, calm down. Members, please calm down. Minister, through the chair, please. Members.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The member across the way mentioned about people dying. Exactly. That's why this government has put in place programs and initiatives to ensure that we're dealing with that, Honourable Speaker.
Members.
Initiatives, Honourable Speaker, which that side of the House supported, Honourable Speaker. Now all of a sudden, because the Conservative Party takes a different view, they want to change their position.
Members, please. It's almost over.
As I said, Honourable Speaker, they supported the initiatives that this side of the House had taken, Honourable Speaker, until the Conservative Party changed their position. What I can tell you, Honourable Speaker, what I can
please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, what I can tell you, Honourable Speaker, is that we have been supporting the police in all their initiatives to go after drug traffickers, Honourable Speaker. And I can tell you again, Honourable Speaker, that the members will also know that 86% of the supply that they are talking about of diluteds is prescribed to the general public, often seniors, to deal with pain, Honourable Speaker. That's where a lot of that supply can also come from. So what I will...
Members, you're all members, and members for Surrey South, you're author of the report we just tabled. Please.
14.
Please conclude.
14% of the hydromorphone is on the safe supply side. The bulk of it is part and parcel of the general prescriptions that take place in the province of British Columbia, Honourable Speaker. And so, Honourable Speaker, again, I appreciate the questions from the member. I appreciate, what they're trying to do. But the reality is this: police are doing everything they can to deal with the situation. And as I have said, a moment ago, and clearly they don't like to hear, Honourable Speaker, is that police themselves have said there is no evidence to suggest there is widespread diversion of safe supply drugs in our province.
The bell ends the question period. Attorney General.
Honored to present the 2023 annual report of the Property Assessment Appeal Board.
Members, I have the honour of tabling the Auditor General's report, the audit of BC's summary financial statements, areas of interest. Attorney General.
To present the annual report of the Labour Relations Board for the year ending December 31st, 2023.
Member for Prince George Belmont.
Honourable Chair, I reserve my right to make a point of personal privilege.
So noted. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the main chamber, called Committee of the Whole on Bill 7, Social Development and Poverty Reduction Statutes Amendment Act. In Douglas, for Committee Room, called Committee of Supply for Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. In the Birch Room Committee, I call Committee of Supply for Ministry of Health and Addictions.
Committee chairs. Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I also reserve my right to make on a point of personal privilege.
So noted. Committee chairs.
We'll call the committee to order. We are dealing with Bill 7, Social Development and Poverty Reduction Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Shall Clause 1 pass? Recognizing the member from Parksville, Qualicum.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciated watching last week the discussion on this bill and the impacts it'll have for many British Columbians. The first question that came to mind listening to the back and forth is, what is the process right now for someone applying for income assistance in this province?
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to the member. So I just went through the list online, which the member can look at in more detail if he's interested. People can phone, apply online, or go into an SDPR office. They'll be asked to complete an income and asset test. They'll be asked to show ID, provide their social insurance number, asked to pay how much they pay for rent and utilities, asked what their bank balance is, asked if they owe anything on a vehicle, and they will be asked if they are on EI, if they have any outstanding warrants, and if family sponsored them into Canada. That is the income assistance application process.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Before I get into how this will change that application process, is the Minister able to expand on the asset test that is currently in place right now?
Minister.
We canvassed this a little bit with one of the Green Party members on Thursday and agreed that we would talk about it in estimates. It's not a subject of this legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So from that, I can understand that this legislation will not change that process. Can the Minister explain how, if Bill 7 passes and comes into force, how it will change the process for somebody who applies for income assistance?
Minister.
No change to the application process, Madam Chair.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to the discussion last week, my understanding was that there will be a process in which somebody is able to receive income assistance prior to being approved for it. And so this is a little different from what I heard last week to what I hear now. So if the Minister could explain in that context if there's some clarity that could be sought.
Minister.
I think if the member looks at the Hansard, you'll see that the application process is not different. The timing at which the person receives their first income assistance check will be changed if Bill 7 passes.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not trying to get into the minutiae. The idea is if somebody has something horrible in their lives happen and they need to go through this process, I think it's important that British Columbians know that Bill 7 will allow for British Columbians to collect income assistance prior to being approved by the process, and that's my understanding from the discussions last week. I see the Minister is nodding her head negatively, and so perhaps the Minister could clarify for me.
Minister.
Thanks to the member for the opportunity to clarify. The implication is that an individual who is eligible for income assistance would receive their first check more quickly than they do right now, which is a good thing to alleviate, in a time of emergency. What is changed if Bill 7 passes are the requirements to have an employment plan in place before or after the first check is received. That's the difference in process. So the eligibility is unchanged. The timing of requirement to have an employment plan in place is what is changed here.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. Currently, under the system as it is right now, how long, on average, do these employment plans, I know the name of them has changed, but how long does it currently take for one of these to be approved by the Ministry?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So important to say that either right now or in this future regulatory scenario, if someone is found to be in crisis, then they can get hardship assistance immediately. We don't make people wait if they are truly in dire circumstance. I don't have the information now. If it's important to the member, I can provide it, but I'm not sure that it is. The difference in time between how long it takes to get an employability plan and what time different clients might have experienced as a delay between getting their first check between the point of application and then the work that they have to do to put an employment plan in place. But the point is, both we are putting in place a system that is in between the employment plan and that we are adding the client needs assessment to identify what kind of supports they would need in order to get an employability plan for people that have faced barriers in getting work. That's the point of this, both that people get income assistance more quickly than they do right now, and then also that we're giving them the extra supports to make their employment more solid, more secure, more retainable, let alone achievable.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I hope if the Minister is able to provide that information in writing outside of this process, that would be very much appreciative if she could commit one way or the other to that. The timing of this is important. I mean, when folks need help, they need help now, and we want to make sure that government is not getting in the way of people who are eligible to help. And through SDPR offices, we've seen some incredible work, folks going out into community, finding those that are very vulnerable, unhoused, that aren't aware of supports. And so there's some tremendous work that's happening. But hearing from the Minister about the importance of these legislative changes in the timing of people getting the support that they are entitled to, I think it's important to know what we're fixing. And so both I'm intrigued with the timelines it takes right now for the employability plan, if that is holding up people's payments, but also the application process outside of the employability plan. What are the current timelines right now for someone who's applying everything outside of the employability plan, and is that a barrier for people receiving assistance?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, to the member, we're happy to undertake our estimate of the timing changes that will happen if Bill 7 is passed. So that will be by removing the upfront obligation to have an employment plan in place, how much more quickly people will get that first income assistance check. We'll undertake to provide that. And I'll just say again, just to be clear, right now, an employment plan is a condition of eligibility, and that is what we are proposing to remove as eligibility. The person will still have to have an employability plan or an employment plan, but they don't have to have it in place in order to receive their first check.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the Minister being able to provide that information to myself in writing. But still back to that first question, though, I fully recognize the importance of having this employability plan after somebody is approved for income assistance. The question, though, is how long does it take right now, ignoring the employability plan and the client needs assessment, how long does it take for someone when they come into the office or online or any of the other agencies that can accept this application, does it take to go through that process to confirm eligibility? Are they on EI, warrants, asset test, etc.? How long is that process right now when somebody applies for assistance?
Minister.
Yeah, thank you. That's unchanged by this legislation, and we can talk about that in estimates if the member wishes.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I guess what I'm getting to is last week hearing from the minister talking about how this process will dramatically speed up the process of somebody receiving that first check, and having the employability plan after they are approved for income assistance. We don't know from our dialogue here today if that actually will speed things along, and so that's why I am seeking clarity as to right now what is the average wait time for an application, and so I'll hopefully provide the opportunity for the minister again to clarify so that I can have a better understanding of how long it takes currently and what the difference this bill will make for those that are applying for income assistance.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you to the member, that is what I have undertaken to provide either in writing or else on the record, depending how quickly I can get that estimate from my team.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. How many people right now who apply for income assistance that are approved under the criteria that then go through the workability plan that are then denied because the workability plan does not show that they meet the criteria for need for income assistance?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So right now, in our status quo, an applicant for income assistance who passes the income and assistance test, they are then approved for income assistance. Then they are required to fill out a template, which is the employment plan. They have to do that in order to receive their first check. But there isn't a failing of the employability plan. They've already been approved for assistance. I think the member might be taking us into some of the language that's in Clause 5, and I think at that point we can talk in more detail about how the employability plan shifts the timing and what some of the less templated approach to this, something that allows us as government in administering income assistance and connecting people with work is able to work with the individual to do something that's a little bit more tailored to their needs.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the idea that the employment assistance test is what determines eligibility. But the question was, if somebody is to take into the time, I mean, right now we're talking about completing the employment plan, switching to an employability plan. The question is how many people don't, whether it's a pass or fail test or whether they don't continue enough to actually get that done. Under the current arrangement, how many people, what sort of ratio or how many numbers-wise are not completing that? And the reason I ask that is because last week the minister made very clear the hardship that people are under in British Columbia when they begin to collect something that they're not actually eligible for. And so my concern is if we see this change, that the employability plan takes place after they're approved. And if there's a length of time between the time they pass the income assistance test and the time that their employability plan comes in and is approved, I would hate to see the number of British Columbians on that list who are collecting assistance that they're not eligible for grow because it creates significant hardship for British Columbians. And so that's why, through the chair to the minister, I'm looking for how many people, whether it's nominal or as a ratio, currently under the current structure are passing the income assistance test but are for whatever reason unable to get their employment plan approved.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So if I heard the member correctly, he's concerned that people might collect something that they aren't eligible for, and that is not a pattern that we have observed, and that's not one of the problems we're trying to solve with this legislation. So I think there are some subtleties around right now. Someone who qualifies for income assistance, is on income assistance, but then is fired from their job. I did talk about that on Thursday, and then they are deemed ineligible and then they're pushed into crisis. That is a problem that we're trying to solve. But that is talked about in the legislation a little bit later, and I think it'll be easier for us to take the member through those pieces if we get to Clause 5.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So am I to understand from the Minister then that there are not people who are approved on the income test that do not, for whatever reason, have their employment plan approved?
Minister.
So again, through you, Madam Chair, up to the member, there is no approved or not approved on the employment plan. It's a template that the individual fills out.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So to clarify then, the Minister is saying if somebody's income assistant test is passed, that there is nobody who then gets hung up by not having an employment plan at present.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So there are over 200,000 people in our income assistance system. I can't say that it never happens, that somebody doesn't get to the point of filling out the template and therefore they don't get their assistance check. But if it happens, it's exceedingly rare. We can talk in more detail about how these pieces work together in Clause 5.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess this is just the last question I have. If it's exceedingly rare and the Minister doesn't have any timelines of how long these employability tests, or sorry, the employability plan, not test, is going to take, what is the actual meaningful difference that someone who applies for income assistance will actually see through this bill if it passes?
Minister.
So I now stand to deliver on the undertaking that I provided to the member about an estimate of the difference in time in the existing system and in our future system. And that is the gap between when somebody receives their check, they fill out the template for the employment plan, and how long does it take them to fill out that employment plan and have it received in the system is a matter of days. But that does mean that for someone who is really in a crunch with their income, it matters to us that they got their check 2 days earlier in our future system if Bill 7 passes than the status quo. But the much more measurable and meaningful differences I enumerated in my first and second reading speech, and that we've canvassed on Thursday around the benefits to people of having a client needs assessment that's tailored to them, an employability plan, and then training, counseling, supports that will help them both get that job and keep that job. And that is what the real focus of the reform of the income assistance and disability assistance legislation is here.
Shall Clause 1 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? Recognizing the member from Peace River North.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker, and thanks to the Minister. Good to be back in the House, not up in the northern reaches of our province like last week. A number of questions around Clause 2, and I guess I'll start with a straightforward one. Could the Minister elaborate on the phrase family unit in this section?
Minister.
The definition of family unit is unchanged by this legislation, but I'll just read it for the member's reference. It is an applicant's or a recipient's and the dependents of the applicants or the recipient.
Member.
Thanks. We often talk, and you know, the discussions over the last years around this within social development and such, we talk about needs around the individual and stuff, and I understand that the previous legislation did have family unit in it. I just wonder if there was discussions or whatnot around changing the language to individual needs, as again we've seen a lot of focus around needs of the individual as opposed to the family unit. So I'm just wondering if those discussions were had, and if they were, why there wasn't a move toward using individual needs as opposed to the family unit word that we see.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So in our assessment, family unit, it doesn't leave anybody out. It does also speak to an individual can be their own family unit. For the purpose of this legislation, it was not found to be necessary to change anything about the definition of family unit.
Member.
So within that, then, I just, wonder, what mechanisms are in place when you look at the family unit as all one, the dependents and others. How does that, how does one divide the actions or behaviors and responsibilities when you have kind of maybe a complex, we're going to talk about youth here in a moment, a youth's individual needs, employment requirements, and how that fits with a parent maybe. How does the ministry then manage those silos that are within the family unit and keep them separate? Is there, or am I missing something that's in here later on maybe that I didn't see?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. This is a really important change that was identified and in consultation and is carried out here, so appreciate the member highlighting it. In the existing system, the family unit includes a dependent youth who is not in school. The existing legislation requires that dependent youth to fill out an employability plan and is subject to the employment obligations. That youth does not do that, then there is consequence for the entire family unit. There's a penalty applied. With the change that is described here in Clause 2, then the youth may request that that dependent youth have access to the client needs assessment and the employability plan. So it becomes then a voluntary participation and a tool for the youth, but it's not something that if the youth does not carry it out, then there is a penalty to the family. That's one of the things we're trying to change.
Member.
So just to confirm then, that is the language changed from the must to the may. The present legislation has the dependent youth must meet those requirements, and then the new legislation is a youth may request. So just to confirm that is one of the reasons, so it doesn't penalize the entire family unit if something isn't working out?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The member's correct. The old language was the youth must enter, and the language we propose is the youth may request.
Member.
Can the minister confirm whether a dependent youth under the new legislation would require any kind of permissions from a parent or guardian?
Minister.
Could the member add a few more words to his question? Oh.
Member.
Yeah, so basically just, further to what you just said, just looking for confirmation whether a dependent youth would need approval or permission with regards to their, from a guardian or a parent to request a client needs assessment. Sorry, I didn't, last part.
Minister.
No, that is not contemplated in the legislation.
Member.
So could the minister provide some examples then of what the specified conditions with regards to the employability plan are?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll just say first to the member's question, I don't think specified conditions is exactly the right way to phrase this anymore if Bill 7 passes. The intention is that the client's needs assessment identifies and establishes a plan that is suited to what the client's needs are. But some, and the exact wording and the way that this is set up will be phased in this summer. And so, again, this isn't specified in the legislation yet, or it won't be specified in the legislation, but I'll just give a couple of examples of how right now it is thought that this will work. So beginning with an assessment to determine if the person is employment ready, identify whether they have barriers to employment, and then an employability plan will be created that responds to that person's unique circumstance. The client will be connected to community outreach services to support them along the pathway to employment. The employability plan could include education and skills training, or life skills training, or it might even specify volunteer work if the person has got not yet ready to take on work, has been found not to be. It could also include obligations to look for and accept suitable employment. It'll depend on the needs and circumstance of the person. And the employment planning will be removed from the application process, so clients will receive assistance sooner, can focus on employment planning after assistance is secured.
Member.
So interesting, you said it a couple of times just in your last answer. I'm just curious as to the wording change, employment plan versus employability plan. And I'm just wondering what the minister's reasoning for changing that word throughout this piece of legislation is.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the member's question really goes to the heart of this fundamental change to the employment the income assistance and of legislation that we're changing, and as I spoke to in on Thursday and in my first and second reading comments. So the existing system assumes that an income assistance client, if a job is offered to them, that they will be able to take that job and they'll be able to do that job. And in fact, evidence tells us that often that's not the case, that the reason that the person is unemployed is that they have real barriers to employment. And so with the intention of the legislative change is that with the employability plan, people can become employable if they are not already.
Member.
All right, thanks. So further to, it kind of ties into that, but the previous question around the client needs assessment. The language basically says about satisfying the minister. So I'm just wondering what parameters and process will satisfy the minister in regards to the completion of the client needs assessment.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the intention of the change is that we are moving as a ministry away from the templated yes-no approach right now, where a person is ready for a job or not, and instead moves into a much more iterative and conversational system so that the individual's own needs, their own abilities are reflected in, are fleshed out by the client needs assessment and then agreed on between the client and the ministry staff person that their needs in order to be employment ready and become employment ready are articulated in the employability plan.
Member.
Can the minister elaborate more on some of those needs and what the ministry will be looking for?
Minister.
So examples of items that might be canvassed between the ministry employee and the client would be questions like, are they housed? Do they have substance use or health challenges that have prevented them from getting work or being work ready? Do they need training? Do they have language barriers? Those are the kind of questions that would be canvassed in order to identify barriers and then together start to work on a plan to overcome them.
Member.
In Clause 9, Section 6, A, B, C, D, it states that these are not open to review by a court on any ground or to appeal to a tribunal. Seems fairly heavy-handed. I'm just wondering if the minister could explain this decision.
Minister.
So I'm going to lay out the whole story for the member because this is an important piece. So under the current scheme, the one that we're changing, entering into and in complying with the employment plan are conditions of eligibility for assistance. That's no longer the case with the change that we propose. So under this new legislation, we would provide that person with financial support and then assess their needs before working with them to develop an employability plan to assist them on the road to employment. So the decisions that result in a reduction or elimination of assistance are eligible for reconsideration and appeal to the Independent Employment and Assistance Appeal Tribunal, as well as to the courts through judicial review. And that is covered in Section 17 of the legislation. The decisions under this Section 6, requiring a client to participate in a needs assessment and to enter into an employability plan and to specify conditions in a plan, are not decisions that affect the amount of assistance or the eligibility of assistance. So rather, they are discretionary decisions that are made to support clients in order to get employment. Needs assessments and employability plans are tools that help ministry staff work with clients to identify what supports and services are needed to improve their lives. And if there was a disagreement on what kind of supports and services were identified, then there's still an avenue for clients to have another ministry worker review their case under the reconsideration process. Because these decisions don't affect eligibility or the amount of assistance, they're not subject to appeal or judicial review. Still, though, a client can appeal any consequence that flows out of these requirements. So, for example, if a client has their assistance reduced because they're not complying with the requirement to complete a client needs assessment or an employability plan, or they're not complying with the conditions in an employability plan, those decisions are eligible for reconsideration and appeal to tribunal. So I'll just give a final example. A client might be required to participate in a client needs assessment. That decision is not subject to appeal because the process is intended to allow the ministry to assess a client's needs before working together to develop an employability plan. If the client continually refuses to participate in a client needs assessment, and why would they? Because it would be better connecting them with supports. But if they did, without any reason for the refusal, then the minister may impose a financial consequence, such as a reduction of $50 per month in their assistance. And that decision to reduce assistance is subject to reconsideration and appeal to tribunal.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. So I recognize the examples provided, but I guess I still question the decision of the minister in regards to the, A through D, the requirement that a person participate in a client needs assessment, a requirement that a person enter into employability plan, the specification in an employment plan, the conditions in which the recipient must comply, the amendments, suspension, or cancellation of employability plans. These specific pieces, though, are not open to a review once the ministry has decided, or an appeal. So I guess my question is more higher level on those points. Because the minister talked about the, some of the workings within, but I'm going back to those 4 points where there is no appeal process. Again, it seems, and a few other things seem quite paternalistic on, some of this legislation here. But, why did the ministry feel that they would need to not allow this review, people to appeal this on those 4 points? And I guess maybe I'll make it a two-part question to speed things along. Why those 4 points on that? And, when, I guess, could you provide a situation, maybe it will help me see the picture of when you might use this?
Minister.
Welcome, Mr. Chair. So I think that I answered the member's question in some detail in my previous answer, going right to the point, but I'll try to summarize it again. Anything that changes assistance, either the amount or the eligibility, is appealable. So if it has to do with the client accessing money, it absolutely goes to appeal. That hasn't changed. What we have changed is that the employment plan is now discretionary. So for example, the person on income assistance is in the hospital. They're not going to be, a reasonable person would not ask them to do an employment plan. That's a change. It used to not be discretionary. It is now. So if anybody is unhappy, though, then there are internal processes. That's the right of reconsideration. But the appeal and the more formal decisions approving or denying the actual assistance amounts, those remain subject to appeal. The individual still have all the same tools they did before.
Member. So, thanks, Chair. So I guess I'm still confused then. You know, the minister is talking about discretionary and make it sound like they don't have to enter into an employment plan. But in 6B, it says a requirement that a person enter into an employability plan is mandatory and not subject to review. So I'm not sure if I'm missing something here between those two.
Minister. The decision to require an individual to enter into an employability plan is not open to review by court. It's not appealable. That is what I said before. That's what this says. But anything that actually has to do with the income assistance is appealable. And so that's really what matters ultimately to the person. They are seeking income assistance. If they are denied income assistance or if they're found to be ineligible or anything about the amount of the assistance, they appeal that. All of the rest of this is the background that we are able to work out for the person, and it's we're creating a lot more permission and a lot more flexibility compared to the old regime.
Member. Thanks, Chair, and that still, I guess, doesn't answer my question then. I get the other side of it, the assistance itself and the money and the funds out, but there is still now, these sections, and I'll just use the requirement that a person enter into an employability plan or to participate in the needs assessment. Those are mandatory, and there's no review by court or on any ground or to appeal that decision. So I get the minister's going to, if it's a money issue, yes, they can appeal, but it's those 5 points. I'm just wondering why the minister has made them an absolute. It just seems like, is it because they're poor that we're doing this? The heavy-handedness, you will participate in this, and it's not up for review, period. So that is my question. I just want to ascertain, A through D, those specific pieces, why they are solidly and directed without a review by a court or any grounds for appeal for an individual.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just reassure the member that this was in the previous Act, the 2002 Act. So this might not be as fundamental a change as you're thinking, but I appreciate the opportunity to try to clarify. So the needs assessment and the employability plans are tools to help my ministry staff work with clients to identify what supports and services are needed to improve their lives. If there's a disagreement on what is identified, there's still an avenue for clients to have another ministry worker review their case under the reconsideration process. Because these decisions don't affect eligibility or the amount of the assistance, then they're not subject to appeal or judicial review. That's why they're set up this way. So courts don't adjudicate rules, our rules. They adjudicate whether they were fairly or unfairly applied. So what a client could do if they find that my ministry applied a fine or some kind of consequence because the individual refused to participate in the client needs assessment or the employability plan, then the client could appeal that. But that again is about the financial consequence. So it's about the dollar amount and the application of the rules, not the process itself. And I will just remind the member also, this only is held up for income assistance clients, not for disability assistance clients. So it is for the class of assistance recipients who are deemed to have capacity or capability of work. Not for, a client on disability assistance could avail themselves of the client's needs assessment and the training and supports, but it's not applied to them as a requirement. That's only for income assistance clients.
Member.
Thanks. So and I'm going to go to D now, and I'm going to insert it into a complete sentence, and it goes back to, the minister. This isn't a big deal. There are ways that that people can work, but here, when you write it, a decision of the minister in respect to the amendment, suspension, or cancellation of an employment plan is final and conclusive and not open to review by a court on any ground or to appeal to the tribunal under section 17.3. So when you actually read it together, the minister can amend, suspend, or cancel an employability plan, and the individual has no recourse. If the minister can explain that to me.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll say again, there's no financial consequence to an income assistance recipient of the cancellation or suspension of an employment plan. No financial consequence. But I will give a bit more detail about what might be the circumstance or the considerations for a ministry staffer for intervening in this way. So employability plans are there to assist clients with steps like participating in a Work BC program. Section 9, bracket 5, provides the authority to amend, suspend, or cancel employability plan to ensure the plans continually reflect the client's ability to follow any conditions in a plan based on their current circumstance. This is meant to be evolving. As we know, circumstance can change, both for individual clients and also more broadly. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the ministry, our ministry, canceled employment plans as it was acknowledged that clients could not meet employment-related conditions such as participating in employment training programs. On the more individual level, a client could, for example, have an employability plan suspended temporarily because they are suffering from a temporary mental health condition that interferes with their ability to meet employment-related conditions, such as participating in a Work BC program. This provision is intended to ensure that the ministry can provide an exemption to the employability plan. This flexibility is needed so that we can adjust to a client's changing circumstance and for those circumstances to be reflected in their employability plans. This is not a new provision, and it exists today in the current program and in the 2002 legislation.
Member. Thank you, Chair. Is there an independent organization or a body that will provide oversight on the minister's decision-making on this issue? Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've already discussed that a bit. It's the tribunal, the EAT, Employment and Assistance Tribunal, that would oversee decisions that made by the ministry that a client did not agree with.
Member. How much notice will recipients of employability plans receive should their plan be suspended or cancelled? Minister.
There's no notice period contemplated here, and that's because cancellation of income assistance clients' employability plan would always be to the benefit of the client. In some of the examples, excuse me, that I just raised, someone that has a mental health break or is hospitalized, or because of the pandemic, we don't want people to go out and engage in teaching because it would be unsafe for their health. So to the client's benefit and responding to needs that they themselves have expressed.
Member. So then I'm hearing that if, and again we see it in 6D, the suspension or cancellation of an employability plan. I know you say it's to the benefit, but there is no, should some circumstances that require the ministry, for whatever reason, require someone's plan to be cancelled or suspended, there is no notice? Minister.
There is no notice required under the legislation. And again, this is intended so that the ministry staff have the ability to excuse an income assistant client from their employment obligations.
Member. I get the intended, but often intent isn't what we see on the other end. So it does concern me. Was there actually any discussions at one time to put some sort of a, or is there, down the road even to put in some sort of a plan where clients are notified that, their employment plan and is going to be suspended or canceled? And what would be the downside of not having that, good or bad? It would seem to make sense to have some sort of notification go out.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll say again, there is no negative consequence to the client for their employment plan to be canceled. There's no financial consequence, no downside. And it wouldn't, the employability plan would not have been canceled had there not been a conversation between the ministry worker and the individual, with the individual saying, I'm in hospital now, or I have had some kind of a terrible emergency that means that I cannot go out and look for work or carry on work. At the time of the pandemic, for example, although there was no legislative requirement to notify, our ministry staff let all the income assistance clients know that we were no longer requiring them to go out and look for jobs or get training. So they were notified. But there was no legislative requirement for people to be notified. It was just the right thing to do. And I'll maybe just finally say, we really recognize that most of our income assistance clients take their obligations very seriously. They take their employment obligations very seriously. And it also is to their benefit, they are more closely connected with their community. They take pride in being providers for their family. It brings their income up. And just remembering that people can be on income assistance and be working at the same time. We have quite high earnings exemptions that allow people to do both. And so certainly for the individual, what we found is people want to work. If there is a circumstance where the ministry excuses them of their employment obligations, it really does mean that the client is in a bad way for one reason or another, and that they have asked us to have that be alleviated really means a lot to them, and I'm grateful to our ministry staff who are sympathetic and responsive in those circumstances.
Member.
So for the last, just maybe if I'll summarize, the last 20 minutes, Chair, you know, we've tried to ascertain this piece of legislation being put forward here, you know, that we've asked questions about, employability plans, you know, the minister has the final say, there's not up for review of a court or appeal. You know, I asked the amendment or suspension cancellation question, you know, what, how much notice would they receive? Well, it's not a big deal, you know, it won't make any difference. You know, I'm asking these questions here and you know, it's almost like this doesn't matter. You know, this whole section here is not going to make any difference to the person on the receiving end. Yet you have it in here, and I still fail to understand.
Through the chair, member. Yeah.
Chair, I still fail to understand then why this is even in here. The last dozen questions, Chair, that I've asked of, you know, I've gone back to the language on appealing, not, you know, that they can't appeal. You know, I've asked the questions around, you know, organizations overseeing this. Well, it's not really needed because it's not going to have an impact at the end. You know, questions around, you know, providing examples of consequences. Well, it's not going to affect the person at the end. So I'm very confused at this whole section, Chair. Then even why have it here if there's nothing of consequence, consequential to the end of it for the individual client? Unless I'm hearing wrong.
So, is there a question in that? Oh, sorry.
So can the minister confirm that that's kind of what I'm hearing?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I believe the record will show that I've answered each of the members' questions, that none of these have been dismissed, and the legislation is here because it's all important. For this to be the first legislative overhaul in 22 years, it says we've certainly learned and heard from clients about what works and doesn't work for them. So I'll say many of the pieces that the member raised, concerns about the implementation and how it'll actually work on the ground, are not changes from the 2002 rules. But the intent and what is changed in this section is absolutely significant to a person on income assistance, to introduce the client needs assessment so that we are for the first time tailoring with them and for them what they need to overcome the barriers to having a job and being able to keep a job that they've experienced in the past, to move away from the old templated form that just presumed everybody was ready and able to accept a job if one was offered to them. We know that things are more complex now, and so to be able to take each of those barriers, whether it's language or homelessness or addiction or literacy or lack of training or an anger management problem, whatever is identified in that particular individual person, one at a time, working with them to identify what their needs are and then to build the plan to meet those needs. The change of removing the requirement for dependent youth, as we canvassed half an hour ago or so, again, a significant change for those young people. And to be able, although I see that I haven't convinced the member of this, to have for an individual on income assistance who's in hospital or maybe is accepted for PWD and moves to a different class of assistance, the ministry needs to have the ability to cancel that employment plan because either that individual's needs have direly changed by virtue of them being in hospital and not being able to carry out the employment plan, or that it just doesn't apply to them anymore because they are now on PWD, in which there are not employability requirements. There is employability opportunity, by the way, but it's not a requirement. And so I have taken the members' questions seriously. I think I have outlined what is actually changing on the ground and the fact that the relaxation in some of the rules is to the benefit of the client.
House Leader, Fourth Party.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we've heard, Clause 2 of this proposed legislation states that the minister may at any time amend, suspend, or cancel an employability plan, and that this decision would be final and conclusive and not open to a review by a court on any ground or to appeal to the tribunal under Section 17. The minister has basically reaffirmed that. The minister has also, as we have said, or heard rather, that there would be no financial consequences. However, given, and the ministry was kind enough to clarify with us, that out-of-pocket expenses or costs incurred by an individual in the pursuit of actioning an employability plan that is subsequently cancelled by the minister at her sole discretion or his sole discretion would not be reimbursed. Why would that same individual not be permitted to a review or an appeal process? Furthermore, when it comes down to the minister's sole discretion, is the minister held to any accountability? What if that particular individual was quite vocal on social media platforms and actually embarrassed said minister or angered said minister? It seems to me that this is awfully one-sided. There is a financial consequence, and that there is not a proper appeal process put in place for an individual that may be at the end of their wits' end and frustrated with the entire process and speaks out, and the minister could, at their sole discretion, be rather punitive, which could involve financial problems to the particular applicant as well, if they have out-of-pocket expenses.
So member, please continue.
So the question is, does the minister think this is fair? Was staff correct that out-of-pocket expenses are not reimbursable? That the minister at their sole discretion could instantly change it, and a person who is, we're dealing with, people who are at the most vulnerable with regards to, disposable income or income, period. why are they not entitled to a appeal process? Yes, if the minister is to reduce their compensation that they're getting from the ministry, but why are they not entitled to a compensation for out-of-pocket expenses, number one? And does the minister think that, number two, that this kind of absolute power to be able to, at a whim, change, does she think that's fair without an appeal process on both of those points, please?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I can't imagine a income assistance recipient for whom my ministry canceled their employment obligations, that they would be angry about that and that they would call us out on social media. But again, canceling somebody's employment plan means that they no longer have work obligations. But that said, I'll clarify the question about paying for skills training or any education out of pocket as part of an employment plan. So training and education costs, things like tuition, books, supplies, equipment, daycare, transportation costs, any of those things that would support an individual to become employment ready, those are not typically paid out of pocket. That's something that we pay for as a provincial government through Work BC or other providers. And that is to societal benefit. We both want to get people to be employment ready, and we want to create, we want for workers that want to hire people. It's a smart investment for us to pay directly for these services as part of somebody's employability plan. In the very unusual event that a client chooses to pay their own costs going through Work BC, and I can't imagine who would do that or what circumstance, indeed those costs would not be reimbursed. Much better for somebody who is in this situation and is low on income to accept the childcare, the transportation subsidies, the Work BC training that is paid for by the provincial government, and nobody has to be out of pocket.
House Leader, third party.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, I've been listening to this discussion around Section 2 here, and Clause 2, and just wondering, what is the point of Sub 6? If it doesn't change the outcome for the person financially, the client financially, what's the point of even stating that there can be no appeal and that it's the sole discretion of the minister?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. To the member's question, it's because the employment plan is being removed from legislation, and the phrases and the tools, the client needs assessment and the employability plan are being introduced into legislation. That's what is achieved by the sections covered by Clause 2.
Member.
Thank you. So that's right. The 1 through 5 outline the client needs assessment in the employability plan. And then we get to what is, I think, Section 9 of the, will be Section 9 of the Act, sub 6. And it says a decision of the minister in respect of any of the following matters is final and conclusive and not open to review by the court. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is that if it doesn't have an impact, why do we need to state so explicitly here? Now, I think that what perhaps the minister and anybody who might have be watching this, there's some discomfort around the powers that were granted to the minister back in the early 2000s that actually, as the minister has said in this debate, is just being carried forward by this. And you know, maybe I would just say, kind of as a sidebar, that just because it was in the, I mean, we're amending the Act because we've learned that it's not good enough. So just because it was already in the Act doesn't mean that it shouldn't be worthy of challenging here as to why we're carrying it forward into this amendment. So I'm just wondering, that the minister just stated that it's because we've now changed the language of the employability plan, but I'm just wondering what the utility of having this section that says, you know, the decision of the minister is final and conclusive and not open to review by a court or any ground or appeal. And I recognize this is about perhaps the minister canceling an employability plan. Like I understand that this is fairly limited in scope. However, it does, I think, demonstrate, as my colleagues have mentioned with concern, the ability of a minister to come in and just scrap something that perhaps somebody has spent a lot of time working on and working towards, and then not having any recourse. So I think that's the challenge, and so I'm just wondering what the utility of Clause 6 or sub 6 is within this clause.
Minister.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I have explained this in a number of different ways. There is recourse. It's just not through an appeal process or something that would be reviewed by a court. Income of a client, for income of a client, all rights of appeal remain available. I think it's a fairness principle and a transparency principle to outline what is appealable and what is not. But again, the times, the circumstance where an employability plan would be canceled would be, again, all to the client's benefit. And this is, I think, something that I've described a number of times over the last half hour or so.
Member.
I think that what's trying to be understood is that what is this sub 6 here? What is it protecting? Like it's got to be necessary for some reason. The minister says that there is an opportunity for the client to challenge a decision. It's just through a different mechanism. If that's the case, why then does the minister feel this extra level of protection, basically removing the court from an appeal process through legislation? Why does the minister feel that this is a necessary addition to this legislation?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I say two things. This is necessary because if a client's income assistance client's circumstance dictate it, we can do it immediately, so that there's no interruption to their income assistance. The other thing I'd say is that this is a continuance of what was the old Section 9(7) legislation, wording in the old legislation, and of the input that we've had over the last year from a great number of people. A change to this section of the legislation was not identified by advocates or clients of income assistance. The fact that the not going to court to appeal the cancellation of employment obligations was not one of the barriers that people described encountering as income assistance recipients, and wasn't one of the pieces of legislation that they were asking us to change.
Member.
Yeah, thank you. So presumably then, the minister would be challenged to oppose an amendment that strikes in Clause 2 what is the new 9(6). Because there's already protection. The only thing that it really removes is the ability of, removes the language that says that the minister's decision on this is final and conclusive and not open to a review by a court or ground or appeal to the tribunal under Section 17(3). So the minister has yet to demonstrate, I mean, in the response that I just got from the minister, it suggested that this clause is necessary in order to ensure transferability, basically, from the old system to the new system. I don't see there being any need for Section 6 to achieve that, or for that part of the clause, sub 6, to achieve that transfer, that ease of transfer from one to the next. Because all that would be removed then is the ability of the minister, or the final and conclusiveness, the finality and conclusivity of the minister's decision. All the rest of it could be transferred quite easily. And while the minister stands and says that responses have been coming, responses have actually been evading the point that's trying to be raised here, which is trying to understand what the utility of, just because it was in the legislation for the past decade doesn't mean that it's right. Just because it hasn't been raised, members of this House are raising it. Just because it wasn't raised isn't a reason to not have this discussion or to not address this directly. But there hasn't been a direct addressing of whether or not sub 6 is necessary in order to achieve what the minister just defended this decision to do it. So if we were to just move an amendment to this, allow for 1 through 5 to remain, but remove 6, what effect would that have on this section?
Minister.
Chair, I object to the member's characterization of my answers as being evasive. It's not fair. But if you would entertain a 5 or 8 minute break, then I'm happy to confer with my colleagues anticipating the member's amendment. I'm really not trying to be obstructive here, and if that's the motion that you're intending to put on the floor, then I'm happy to look at that with my colleagues if the chair would entertain a brief recess.
House Leader, third party?
Yeah, no, I've not tabled an amendment. I don't have an amendment to table. What I was creating was a scenario in which what I'm trying to get to, and the minister failed, okay, my apologies to the minister for the use of the word evasion. I can understand how that might have been taken. However, I will say there has been no direct response to what the material impact of removing sub 6 out of this would be to the response that the minister gave previously, which was that this clause is needed in order to ensure the ease of transferability. My understanding is if we removed sub 6, the ease of transferability would still happen. The only thing that would be removed is the minister's finality and conclusivity in the decision, and would open up for a broader set of tools for the client, should they choose to use it in this very narrow, and I realize, very narrow prescription of the minister cancelling their employability plan.
Minister.
So the first time that the member asked me what would be the implication of removing this section, I suggested that we have a recess so that I can canvass that question. And again, I object to the member's characterization of me not giving a direct answer. I offered to give him a direct answer to his question of what would be the impact of removing it, if he just will give us a couple of minutes to confer.
In order to aid the dialogue in this chamber, I will take the minister's request and we will take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
I'll call the committee back to order. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So in our income assistance regime, clients have a right to income and they have a responsibility to employment. These are income assistance clients. And those responsibilities to employment are not a matter for the courts. So what, if we did not have Section 9(6), we are of the view that people might appeal, income assistance clients might, we can't imagine any circumstance in which they would appeal this, but if they did, it would be an administrative burden to tribunal and to courts on process decisions that are difficult to adjudicate and have no financial impact for income assistance clients.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. And to the Minister's response on this, I think what's of interest to us is, again, is I understand in her response that she said that it would present the opportunity, maybe if I'm framing this properly, for people to appeal a decision around their employability plan. But is it not unusual for a piece of legislation to predetermine whether something can be appealed to a court?
Minister.
I'm informed that it is not unusual.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm thinking about the power imbalance in the relationship here that exists between a person seeking income assistance and the minister, as it's laid out in this legislation. And that a clause like this, in my mind, really contributes to a deepening of that power imbalance. There's already the imbalance in that the person seeking assistance really, if you read the legislation, is at, in so many ways, the mercy of the minister, required to do so by the minister, participate to the minister's satisfaction, enter into an employability plan with the minister. I understand these are delegated authorities, you know, that the person seeking employment income assistance is not having a meeting directly with the minister, but with the people who have the delegated authority. And the minister earlier indicated that this was the first overhaul of this legislation in 22 years. How does this constitute an overhaul?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So by repealing Section 9 and substituting the proposed text in Clause 2, the fundamental difference for applicant and a recipient of income assistance, and again, not disability assistance, is that instead of being required as a condition of receiving income assistance to fill out a templated employment plan, that may result in the individual going through a cycle of writing resumes and applying online for jobs for which they are not qualified, and that if that individual has been experiencing serious barriers to employability, none of that process of continuing to cycle through and prove that they are making efforts and to file monthly reports on their efforts to seek a job. What is achieved instead by this change of both introducing the client needs assessment and then the employability plan is that the individual is, in a personalized way, able with their worker in my SDPR office, able to identify what kind of training, supports. They might be healthcare supports, they might be housing supports, or they might be employability training supports. What they need in order to set them up to be in a position to accept part-time work, to be able to move along that continuum of work, to accept full-time work, and then to be supported in succeeding in that role and retaining that job. That is what is achieved in this change that is proposed here in Clause 2.
House Leader of the third party. I had a blank there for a minute, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, it's fine. I appreciate that answer. It provides, I think, further evidence as to exactly what it would be that an individual, a client who's engaged with the ministry on this would not want canceled from the employability plan. The whole host of supports that were outlined there, would it be true then that the minister and the delegated authority to the SDPR worker set all this series of supports up, and then the minister, based on the minister's own decision, it doesn't appear that there needs to be any specific reason articulated why. The minister may at any time, sub 5, cancel all of that, suspend it, or cancel the employability plan, amend it. So this is further to my colleague's question about the power imbalance. We've got a situation where there is somebody who's looking to become more employable than they are. They set up all of these supports, the training, everything that gets them to the point where they are in the position to get the job that they desire to have. And then the ministry invokes Section 9, Sub 5, cancelled. And then the person says, well, hold on a second here. We were on a track to getting to greater employability. I'd like to, no, I can't. I can't dispute that because we had Sub 6, which is that nobody can question the minister's wisdom in the decision. So with that, I think there's evidence here that we should just perhaps balance this a little bit. We shouldn't have people working towards creating plans to become more employable and then hand the minister the ultimate power. I'm fine with handing the minister the power to cancel and amend, but I'm not prepared to give both 5 and 6 together. Because by connecting 5 and 6 together, we have created a power imbalance in this piece that is not desirable. And if we're updating this act, then I think that at this point I'm going to move an amendment to strike Sub 6 from Clause 2.
We will take a brief recess to look at the amendment and distribute it. I'll call the committee back to order. The proposed amendment has been reviewed and the amendment is in order. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I thank the member for the amendment and the spirit in which it intended. It is intended. I move to stand the clause down so we can review with Legislative Council. And I'll be able to say, in addition, it has consequences to the disability assistance legislation as well, so we'd like to take a little bit more time.
My understanding of process is Clause 2 has been stood down and we'll go to Clause 3. Shall Clause 3 pass? Member for Peace River North.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Minister, given the enhanced powers of the minister to request information under information and verification under subsections 1.1 and 1.2 for determining eligibility and assessing compliance, how will the ministry ensure that these requirements do not place undue burden on the applicants and recipients, especially those who are already in vulnerable positions?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. There are no enhanced powers in this section.
Member.
Okay. So I guess my question then, even removing that piece, is how will the ministry ensure that the requirements don't place an undue burden on applicants and recipients, especially those who are in vulnerable situations, whether they're homeless or, homeless comes to mind as probably one of the most challenging, so.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Not included in this legislation, but perhaps something that we could canvass more in estimates, is a new way that our ministry is making income and disability assistance more accessible to people, particularly who are at risk of or are unhoused right now, is using our community integration specialists. They are going out to where people are, Aboriginal Friendship Centres, homeless encampments, drop-in centres, all kinds of service providers that will invite them in, and they can help people in the spot complete income and disability assessment or assistance intakes, can help them replace identification, direct them to tax filing, all kinds of ways that can make people more eligible for assistance. So that is an expansion that, in addition to phone and internet and walking into an office, to make accessibility to income assistance more available and more amenable. But in this particular section, clause 3, I think the only material change that speaks directly to the member's question is the piece about dependent youth relaxing the requirement that they be required to go through the employability plan, as we discussed a couple of clauses earlier.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. What measures are in place to protect the privacy and security of the information that is being collected during this process?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to the member for the question. The same FOIPA provisions and protections that apply to any government service are in place for administration of income assistance. So, for example, a client applying for income assistance might go through the My Self-Serve portal on the BC government website. Data collected there is stored in a secure system. Workers are trained and comply with the information and privacy requirements of FOIPA. Nothing has changed in this legislation, and the umbrella of requirements under FOIPA apply to this stream of work as they do for all others in our BC government.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just comparing, so the subsection 1 is repealed on section 10 of the existing legislation. And then this 1.1 and 1.2 are added. And in 1.1 it says the minister may, for the purpose of determining or auditing eligibility for income assistance, hardship assistance, or supplement, do one of the more following: direct an applicant or recipient to supply the minister with information within the time and the manner specified by the minister. Seek verification of any information supplied to the minister by an applicant or recipient. Direct an applicant or recipient to supply verification of any information the applicant or recipient supplied to the minister. I'm wondering, in all the consultations that happened around proposed amendments to this legislation, how much input was around the onerous nature of so much of the system on people who are struggling. We certainly hear it in our constituency office a great deal from people who feel so overwhelmed by the endless series of tasks and timelines and deadlines that they often give up. And so I'm just curious, with this subsection, one, how much in the consultation was there about how people feel overwhelmed by the onerous kind of demands? And two, does the minister think that this responds to those issues that are raised in all of our constituency offices by people who are struggling to get assistance from this system?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, heard from a lot of people in the consultation about the complexity of the system, challenge navigating it. And there are parts of this bill deeper into Bill 7 that do speak directly to making the system more fair, taking out some of the complexity, taking out some of the mean-spirited rules and really quite punishing penalties. So later, beyond Clause 3, we can speak in more detail to that. I would say, though, that overall, this being an income assistance framework for the program, there are responsibilities, and there is a reciprocity of responsibility. In order to provide assistance, we do have to ask questions about assets, about income. And there is a balance there that we are cognizant of, but to be able to make the determination about eligibility, personal questions do need to be asked, and we are trying to do that in the most respectful and also fair and transparent way.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious, just for understanding the kind of landscape that we're talking about, does the minister have data available about how many people who apply for income assistance are deemed not to be eligible, and just a breakdown of what it is that makes them ineligible? And then as a follow-up to that, for people who don't have an income, and are deemed ineligible, what are the options available to them?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have data on who the numbers of people that have been found ineligible, and that's not affected by this legislation. But I can say if somebody was found to be ineligible, maybe, for example, they didn't have ID, some kind of barrier like that, they would qualify for hardship assistance. And that happens quite often within our ministry. They would not qualify for income assistance, but they would qualify for hardship assistance, which gives them income.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noted in the budget that the budgeting for hardship assistance is actually it's intended to decline over years. Can the minister just explain what is the difference between income assistance and hardship assistance?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Hardship assistance is temporary, and it's not affected by this legislation.
House Leader of the third party.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, looking at Clause 3 here, 1.2a, and talk about the time and the manner specified by the minister. Can the minister please provide some clarity on what a general time frame might look like in this clause, and how, and maybe describe manner specified by the minister, like how information can be collected or how it can be brought to this SCPR staff and to comply with this section.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we don't usually stipulate timelines. The clients are usually very motivated to move things along themselves in a way that works for them. But that said, the client needs assessment program, if this legislation passes, will start up this summer. We'll start it in a phased way and learn from experience around what clients need to be successful and what kind of timelines are the most appropriate for them.
Member.
Is there specific regulation-making power that's within this to set this to be more than kind of a wide-open learning environment at which there, I guess what I'm looking for is some structure. Normally in legislation, we create the structure, regulation then provides some more of the detail so that then a client can expect to be treated similarly to the clients before them and the clients coming after, that there's not a new precedent being set with each client. So what I'm trying to get an understanding of is what is the consistent treatment that a client could expect in engaging the ministry around this clause.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the member is asking about consistent treatment for clients of income assistance and the employability planning process. So right now we have within my ministry large employment training program, the Work BC centers, a lot of programs that are funded partly with federal dollars, thank you, that and go to support people that have experienced barriers in the workplace that are often delivered by community-based employment service and employment training providers. So we've got a large, an existing ecosystem of options for people, and those are governed with a lot of rules and standards that have been effective and working for some time. What is intention with this legislation is to much better link income assistance clients and their employability requirements or obligations with that existing system of employment supports and plans. So moving away from the templated process, which is not personal, not suited to the individual person's own needs at all, moving instead to something that is, every plan will look different for each income assistance client. There is a public-facing policy and procedure manual that will be updated once this legislation has passed, and also with any associated regulatory changes that are required to implement.
Member.
I was much more specifically wondering how it is that 1.2A is to be applied. And in the first question that was asked the minister about this, and the suggestion was made that we would see how things were going in the summer, I think was the spirit of the answer, and then kind of go with it from there. This section here, this piece here is about a recipient or a dependent youth to supply the minister with information within a time and in the manner specified. I was asking the minister about what those timelines are. They're undefined right now. And I think what this highlights for me, and what the minister's response highlights for me, is a level of vagueness and, frankly, opacity in this process that maintains a pretty strict power imbalance that my colleague was talking about. With this kind of level of opacity, the ministry is able to maintain full control over the process. We saw in an earlier section that has now been stood down, the ability to cancel something without there being any way for there to be an appeal. In this case, we have a situation where the minister will require a youth to supply information to the minister within a time and manner that is acceptable and specified by the minister there's no structure to that. There's no consistency. And the response from the minister was simply, and I might be wrong, and I'll accept the minister correcting the record if I misheard the response, but it was basically, we'll see how the summer rolls out. And normally what ends up happening is there is some consistency and some structure that's outlined in legislation, or at least some powers that are created through the legislation that's then laid out in the regulation-making process. Can we expect to see some regulations around what those timelines are and what the expectations of the youth that are engaging with the ministry? You have to understand the power dynamic that exists here. You've got someone who's empowered by the minister to set timelines, to set expectations for information to be gathered, and there is nothing guaranteeing that Youth A, Youth B, and Youth C are going to be treated with any level of consistency, and if you just think of those as three different individuals, you think of those engaging with three different individuals across three different communities geographically, you can start to understand the reason why it's important that we're clear rather than just seeing how it rolls out through the summer and then kind of going with it from there. So I'm just wondering if the minister can provide specifically what expectations can we have to see this structure that we're seeking in regulation or somewhere in fairly short order.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So as I said, the program of client needs assessment and the client employment plan will start to roll out this summer and will expand. There will be policy or regulation to make sure that everyone is treated fairly. These aren't every single case a one-off, but certainly we need enough flexibility in order to meet individual circumstance. I'll flag, and the member's right, I overlooked his question about the focus on dependent youth. Reminder again that the needs assessment and employability plan is voluntary for dependent youth. There's no consequence if they choose not to participate. The consistency overall is that people are treated fairly. Consistency in fairness, consistency in treatment. but we are certainly moving to a system that is less rigid, moving away from the templated format, and building the policy and regulation once the legislation is adopted by this House.
Member.
Thank you. Yeah, there's no requirement to participate here. That's fine. However, a youth that is participating should expect to have a relationship with their person that's not imbalanced, that is that's fair, and that can't easily be manipulated by the person that's holding the power. And from the language that I see here, that doesn't exist. There is simply a statement here that says, there's also no reference to, in the legislation, to that there will be, this will be laid out in further detail through regulation. Also, everybody, from the moment this legislation comes into force, the first, I guess it's kind of like a pilot project for the first people. We're kind of going to see how it works out for them. But yet doesn't appear to be any recourse. There's nothing stopping the minister, and I use that term recognizing that a lot of these powers and the decisions and the work is delegated to somebody else, but the minister is represented in the language of this bill as holding the ultimate power and authority here. There's nothing stopping them from being unreasonable in their requests in this. There's no protection afforded the youth that choose to participate. And so I'm wondering what safety and security can be afforded the person against somebody who's leveraging the minister's power, who's been delegated the minister's power and is leveraging it in an unfair or manipulative way.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So it's reasonable as a condition of receiving income assistance that an income assistance recipient be asked to show measures or steps that they've been taking to get the training, to get the elements that were agreed on between the client and the worker in the employability plan. But it is, so that's a reasonable step to ask for that information. That's my position. And at the same time, government has a responsibility to outline, to set out the policies and the rules that govern that information gathering, same as we do right now with the existing income assistance legislation. If a worker is thought by the client to be unfairly applying the rules, then there is a right to contest that, just the same as now. But we really hope that doesn't happen, because we think we've got good people on the front line, and we are training them in administrative fairness, cultural sensitivity. We want people to succeed in moving along the continuum of employment. That's the spirit in which this legislation is brought forward, and that's our expectation of our SDPR workers on the front line, that they are moving people and helping people along a path in a way that works for them. That's my expectation and my hope.
Member.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'll just end with this. I mean, there's a lot of language used in this debate around intentionality. The government intends for this bill to be this. There's some language that's been used to suggest that the people on the front line are good people. I'm not disputing that. I'm not suggesting that anything otherwise. I've been in a lot of bill debates over the years where issues like this that are being raised now would be flushed out, or would be described how it is that that client a caseworker relationship should be, specifically in scenarios where there is a pretty distinct power imbalance. It's important to be more prescriptive than less, to ensure that to ensure that we're not just banking on everybody operating in the way that we expect them to. That is going to be the case the vast majority of the time. But a lot of the clauses that are built in and sections that are built in to this legislation, and the power that's given in order to create regulation on the other side, is again to create consistency and structure, so that no matter whether you're a client here, a client in Prince George, a client in Fort St. John, a client in Dawson Creek or in Vancouver, you get similar treatment from the system. And if you have, one caseworker or another caseworker, they're held to the similar standard. Now, I understand in this clause here specifically that within a time and manner specified by the minister creates kind of an opaque scenario here where we don't really have clarity on what it is. And I understand that there's got to be some flexibility. You say it's going to be 30 days, and it's going to take 45 days in order to get that piece of identification that's needed. I can understand why there's flexibility that's needed. The point that needs to be made in all of this is that power imbalance. And I think the concern that was raised after asking the question, this specific piece became much more concerning to me when I heard the response from the minister, was that we're going to see how it works out this summer and just go from there. And so, I just think that it needs to be consistently raised throughout this, that we're dealing with very vulnerable people in many cases, and we're dealing with people who are engaging with folks that are making decisions about their life chances, who are making decisions about their future economic scenarios. And that's a very stressful, very tense scenario. And the more structure, the more information that can be afforded the person who's engaging that government body and that government decision maker, the better. And so that was the reason why I stood to raise my point. I'll take my seat.
Shall Clause 3 pass? So ordered. Member for Peace River North on Clause 4.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Could the minister elaborate on what these regulations would entail in regards to the reporting, and provide some examples?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The Section 7 right now includes specific requirements about how a person or a family must report to the ministry to be eligible for assistance. It includes they must use the form, that's the language, THE, in the legislation. They must use the form specified by the minister, and every recipient must provide a signed statement. That's the existing system. So that doesn't allow for flexibility, creates barriers for clients. And what we heard during the public consultation over the last year, both from clients and from ministry staff, it really emphasized the need to simplify the reporting requirements. So we, in this legislation, are changing the wording of the provision to refer to a report. That allows us to use different forms of reporting for different clients so that clients are not having to navigate reporting requirements that are not relevant to their circumstance. So, for example, a single person doesn't have to see the same questions on their monthly reporting form as a family with dependent children. So in addition, moving the requirement to the regulations, which is also done in this section, that further enables future flexibility to support our ongoing work and efforts to improve services for our clients.
Member.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With these reports that need to be given to the minister in accordance with the regulations, and the minister maybe alluded a little bit to it in her last question slightly, was how does the ministry plan to support folks that are either have literacy challenges or mental health issues, capacity issues? This is more probably just a general question because I'm guessing that some of these are already in place right now, but if the minister could elaborate on those, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So my friend across the way is asking about income assistance clients who have literacy or mental health challenges, barriers to fulfilling the reporting requirements. So that's a challenge that people face right now in the existing legislation, let alone what we're changing here. Our ministry is certainly aware of that, and we work to accommodate barriers like that. So an example might be people can do their reporting in person, they can do it over the phone, they can do it through our community integration specialists who are embedded in community and go to meet people where they are. If someone, for example, at our ministry office appeared and is hearing impaired, we would arrange for a translator to come and support them. So this is the work of our ministry and frontline staff across the whole system, the whole province. What's being achieved in this clause is relaxing from the reporting form to a reporting form to allow us to, in regulation, have different forms to respond to people and families' unique circumstance.
Shall Clause 4 pass? Aye. So ordered. Member for Peace River North on Clause 5.
Excuse me. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Could the minister explain why the clause imposes consequences on the family unit as a whole in the case of a recipient failing to meet the specified obligations? And we kind of talked about this, I think it was in clause 2, talking about the definition of a family unit, and the minister stated that it was to keep them separate. And it seems like this is now kind of going against that, where there is an issue, the family unit can receive the consequences. So I'm just wondering if you can explain that, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this is written the way that it is because a family unit that together qualifies for income assistance, we can't, if one person is not, is removed from eligibility because of a failure of some sort, we can't then separate out the income assistance payment to different members of the family. It is a single check sent to the family unit. That's why this is written the way it is.
Member.
Maybe just to clarify or go a little deeper, though, if you have a child living in their house who is receiving a benefit under a family unit, and someone else there is as well, just maybe it's just to help me clarify, just in case, is there any way where if one person is committing, such an issue where there is a consequence, that it will impact another person in that household? Is there a possibility for that to happen? Or is this to hopefully prevent that?
Minister.
Thank you. So it's an important question. I'm going to go into a bit more detail here just to make sure that it's clear what we're trying to achieve here. and also what we're moving away from and why. So right now, the current Section 13 of the existing legislation penalizes anybody who fails to search for employment while on assistance, or anyone who fails to accept suitable employment or quits their job or is dismissed for just cause while they are on assistance or 60 days before applying for assistance. Again, currently, if the family has children, there's a $100 penalty, a reduction in assistance for 2 months. If it is an individual or a couple, an adult couple, then the penalty is ineligibility. That's what we are trying to repair here. We don't think that's fair. We don't think it's reasonable. It doesn't make it easy for someone who's in real trouble to then get the help that they need. So we also know that not everyone is capable of finding and holding on to a job without support. And denying people support because they are fired from a job pushes them into deeper poverty and potentially homelessness. So we have changed the consequences in Section 13 so they will now be tied to the client needs assessment, and the employability plans will no longer deny support to people who are applying for assistance because they were fired from a job or because they failed to search for a job, because both of those things would push people deeper into poverty. So instead, with the changes here in Clause 5, we'll provide support right away to help them on the path to employment. We will apply consequences if someone repeatedly refuses to participate in a client's needs assessment, if they refuse to enter into an employability plan after we've worked with them to assess their needs, or consequences will be applied if someone does not apply with the conditions in their employability plan, conditions that will only be applied after we've worked with them to assess their needs. And the consequences will be detailed in regulation.
Member.
Thank you for clarifying that. Chair, the colleague previous, and I think I mentioned it a couple times, there's a lot of, well, pieces that are quite opaque in this and open for interpretation and such. And here's another example of that. The recipient, if the recipient does not to the satisfaction of the minister, and it goes on, what, or could the minister elaborate on that satisfaction of the minister, what that entails in this clause? How does that look? Could some details be provided, examples be provided?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this again goes to the fundamental change that's happening in this section. Right now, the default is that the person is cut off assistance. What we are moving towards instead is assessing the person's needs, moving away from the assumption that if somebody doesn't comply, that it's their fault and that they are cut off assistance immediately. Instead, it's the process would be to assess the individual person's needs and do what we can to ameliorate their inability to move towards employability and to implement their employability plan. Work on that as much as we can before a consequence or penalty is applied. That's the spirit of this work here.
Member.
Thank you. Again, I get the spirit of it. When we're looking back into, I guess, the question of the satisfaction of the minister, and we're looking at legislation, again, I go back to it's very vague. It's very open to, it's completely open to interpretation. And I think it's important that people have an idea, if a recipient doesn't participate in the completion and follow along, with what's being said, that there's an idea of what the consequences are, how to satisfy the ministry on attaining these. So that was kind of the end part of my question was, are there some examples that the minister can provide in regards to, what this looks like as a consequence? So if there's any idea that we can have an example to kind of tie things together.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I know the member can appreciate with more than 200,000 clients and moving to a more flexible plan, moving to an employability plan that is more tailored to them, that there's going to be great range in here. But on the very far end, a client who has received assistance already, but refuses to engage, refuses to do the assessment, refuses to take part in the training, comes to the office to fill out the to do the assessment and then refuses to participate. Those would all be examples of someone who is not engaging and not fulfilling their responsibility in this, we both having responsibilities, that would be not fulfilling their responsibilities. That would be an example of someone that to whom a consequence would be applied, defined in regulation. As we right now already have regulations that define the consequences for someone that does not fulfill an employment plan. This section is reflecting the change from the employment plan, the client needs assessment and employability plan, and then regulation and policy will flow from that, but it won't look so different from the existing regulation that's in place to support the existing employment plan requirement.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. In sub B here, it talks about timelines, when required to do so by the minister. I guess, could the minister explain, what safeguards are in place to protect, many of our vulnerable population who would be applying for this? What supports would be there to help an individual if they could not meet the said timelines in B?
Minister.
I could just ask the member to clarify, there aren't timelines in this section.
Member.
Yes, and I could have explained a bit. So the recipient does not enter, if the recipient doesn't, for consequences that is, does not enter into an eligibility plan when required to do so by the minister. And I guess my question is, if there's a person that cannot attain by the requirements, that timeline given by the ministry, what is there to support that person to make sure that, they don't lose their benefits or lose whatever else?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this is probably a good place to back up a little bit for the benefit of all the members of the public that are watching this, or at least my parents. That I dream. That right now with our existing system, an income assistance client is required to follow an employment plan. It's templated, it's very rigid, and it presumes that they don't have the kind of barriers that the member mentions, that if a job is offered to them, that they should be in shape and able, willing and able to take that job. So what we're moving to instead is replacing that templated employment plan, which an income assistance client is obligated to honor, but realistically can't. The client needs assessment is the really key piece in your question, that a client that has been experiencing multiple barriers, those barriers would be identified in the process of the client needs assessment. Together with the SDPR worker, the income assistance client would be looking at what their needs are, articulating what their needs were in order to be successful in the workplace environment. And then flowing from the client needs assessment is the employability plan, which is a condition of them receiving income assistance, but is absolutely amendable and movable if their circumstances change. And that's partly why it was important to have the discussion that we had in the earlier clause about being able to cancel that employability plan if an individual's say their mental health challenges escalated, or their physical health, or they had a personal family emergency that made it impossible for them to follow that employability plan, that could be canceled so that they could simply have the confidence of being on assistance, but without the work and employment obligations placed on them at the same time. So what you're saying is just exactly what it is that we're trying to achieve with this piece. Thank you, Chair.
Member.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks to the Minister for that. Section 2 here, the Lieutenant Governor and Council may specify by regulation categories of recipients or family units in respect of which one or more of the consequences prescribed under subsection 1 do not apply. I guess my question is there going to be generalized regulation on this, or will it be done case by case?
Minister.
It's generalized in response to the member's question. It's not a one-by-one, case-by-case, but the regulation is built based on sort of a class or groupings of parents. So, for example, single parent with children under the age of 3, they're exempted from employment obligations.
House Leader, third party.
Did you ask about the category?
On clause 5.
Okay, apologies if I'm doubling up here, but I just had a question on 5, what is 13 sub 2 here? May specify, the Lieutenant Governor and Council may specify by regulation categories of recipients or family units with respect. Can the Minister provide some examples of what might show up in regulation for specific categories of recipients?
Minister.
So a good example would be the example that I just gave. A single parent with children under the age of 3 would not be required to follow an employability plan.
Shall clause 5 pass? So ordered. Shall clause 6 pass? So ordered. On clause 7, I note that clause 2 has been stood down. Clause 7 sub B makes reference to section 9 sub 6 of the Employment Assistance Act, which is proposed to be struck by the motion to amend clause 2 moved by the House Leader of the third party. Therefore, it would make sense to also stand down clause 7 pending completion of consideration of clause 2. So if that seems acceptable to the room. Yes, okay. So we will stand down clause 7 until we have the discussion of clause 2. All right, so on to clause 8. Shall clause 8 pass? So ordered. Shall member for Peace River North on clause 9.
Yeah, thanks. Excuse me. Thanks, Chair. Could the Minister confirm whether this means that there is absolutely no time restrictions to apply with regards to the commencement of an appeal or tribunal? If the answer is no, then what time limits could apply?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So in the intention here, or the outcome here that we seek is that the appeal timeline will now be set out in regulation to provide more flexibility in making changes as the need arises. We heard that the current timeline of 7 business days does not provide clients with adequate time to review and understand the reconsideration decision or to obtain the help of an advocate. And so in the outcome of Section 21's change is that the timeline will be extended from 7 days to 20 business days. That is the same as the reconsideration timeline. Plus, in addition to this, the chair of the tribunal can extend the timeline beyond 20 days in exceptional circumstances, and this is a measure which is consistent with other tribunals of our government.
Shall Clause 9 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 10 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 11, Member for Peace River North on Clause 11.
Yeah. Can the minister outline how agreements under these clauses will be developed in a true partnership with Indigenous communities to ensure that they effectively address self-determination and incorporate traditional knowledge in poverty reduction efforts?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. In response to the member's question, this will be very much driven by the interests of the Indigenous governing body. We don't have any requests on the table at this point, and so it's hard to forecast or predict what nation or an IGB that we are having this conversation with, what their principles would be, and what would be the kind of ground rules. But I will say that our principles would be openness, willingness to talk, guidance of the DRIPA legislation, and experience from some of our partner ministries that have gone before us in this area. But it's certainly new terrain. Nobody's done this in Canada yet, and so we'd be taking the lead of nation partners about what it is that they wanted to have on the table, and that would start the conversation.
Member.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I guess, I notice in a lot of it, it's kind of as per DRIPA, that's been introduced into this piece of legislation. Can the minister tell me what the engagement process, consultation process looked like prior to implementing this, or was it done just by the ministry alone?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had extensive engagement from Indigenous partners on developing the language in this legislation as we canvassed at some length on Thursday. But I think what the member is asking is what would be the process if we didn't have this, if this section of the legislation did not pass, if I understand the member correctly. And the really short answer is there couldn't be any conversation. Without this amendment, without this enabling legislation, part of the legislation, we don't have the ability to engage First Nations partners on the on these elements of DRIPA. So right now, if a First Nation came to us saying they want to deliver services in a different way, we didn't have the legal authority to have those negotiations and those conversations with them. So this is enabling, but as I said earlier, in the absence of a real life example, this isn't something that's been proposed by any nation yet. So it's an open conversation ahead of us.
Member.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and I get pieces of that, and I kind of want to look at a couple pieces there. The extensive engagement on the language, I'd be curious to, is that with the DRIPA language that has been previously adopted by this House, or is it new language that's in here that was engaged on? And I'm just wondering, as we move, the minister talked about, you know, none of this is, it's a work in progress. And I get pieces of that, obviously we'll do that. But, you know, has there been engagement on, you know, poverty reduction strategies with, you know, and how Indigenous communities play a role within this legislation, or, you know, the social assistance, the employability pieces that we've already talked about? Because I just wondered how that has played out and how that will play out as far as engaging Indigenous communities moving forward, and then looking again at who was the extensive, or was the extensive consultation the UNDRIP piece, the DRIPA piece, or was it on what's been inserted into here already?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sensing that this is my last answer, so I'm going to give a brief answer, and I trust that the member will ask follow-up if I don't go into enough detail here. So yes to both questions. Engagement on the poverty reduction strategy, yes, there was a separate Indigenous engagement. There's a What We Heard report on our website, and we talked in some detail about this on Thursday. Certainly on the poverty reduction strategy piece, one of the, I really want to flag some of the complexities about service delivery. On reserve is federal income assistance, off reserve provincial, so how we might coordinate those pieces, that would also be brand new thinking. But engagement also led not just to the poverty reduction strategy, but also led very much to the language that is in this legislation. We had a commitment to co-develop, and that was done. And so certainly our government's commitments under DRIPA informed the way that we had those conversations, and then how we landed together on the language that is here. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again. And my public service colleagues are going to leave.
Yes, thank you,
as I
Minister. Members
say
have
that.
heard the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. This committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee on Bill 7 reports progress and seeks leave to sit again.
When shall committee sit again, Government House Leader? When shall the committee sit again?
Is that me? After the next sitting after today. Is that right? Next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supplies, Section A, reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Mr. Speaker.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supplies, Section C, reports progress on estimates of the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again?
Next sitting, Mr. Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
I move this House to now adjourn.
Members, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.